Good right line, 60 possible.
So, welcome along everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Now, stripy Condor sock flapping in the breeze. You have to give me a few minutes to get everything set up normally with the tripod. It's been a while since we were over this side on departures, plus I think it's only my second or third time using the new camera over here. So, who have we got? Paul's hijinks, Neve, Ford, Brian, Sandra, Paul Todd, Peter, Charlotte, Shane, Patrick Taylor. Welcome to you all. So we are on 28 right, north runway for departures. To quote another channel, high atop the Dubjet van. Yeah. Aiming for the wave of heavy departures around 4:30, 4:45 this evening. Yesterday this runway was closed for about 20 minutes due to a heavy bird strike by Ryanair. I believe it was FR24 heading to Beauvais. It ended up having to just turn around and come back. It didn't make it to its destination initially, and the runway was closed for about 20 minutes, if not more, while there was a cleanup operation on. It is a little windy. Obviously the mics may pick that up a little bit, and we're going to get that little bit of shake when we zoom, but it's worth it for this side, trust me. Heavy bird strike. So if you follow Sean's Aviation on Twitter, he would have posted up about it yesterday. I believe it was FR24. It did land safely afterwards. You can kind of feel nearly in the camera the wind when we face that direction. Creates that little bit of shake. That's where it's coming from, as you can see with the suck. So I'm a little bit further down the north runway than I normally am. Normally I'm up at the corner there, but the last time we were this side we moved a little bit further down, and it was just better for the sound and the rotation. We're almost right in front of the rotation point here. Debbie Ann, welcome. Ado. Ado recovering from probably a heavy birthday weekend, are you, Ado? Or were you reasonably sensible? Where is it? There it is. Tractor watch. I don't know whether you saw in the comments from last Wednesday's live stream, a pilot commented that was him waving to us at 4:56, and we almost missed it because good old me was looking at a tractor. Did Ryanair charge the passengers for a meal? So, happy Monday to you all. Welcome along. We do have the ATC on. David, morning to you. So, JetBlue and Aer Lingus, two aircraft on taxi. JetBlue going to JFK, the Aer Lingus on your screen going to Hamburg. Oh, I've just copped it now myself. Riso Babli. Riso Babli. Yep. So, for those who haven't been here before, this is our northern runway. It's the internal road. It's the direct opposite side of the pillars, and it's the whole reason. It's the whole reason Dub Van exists, because when we were trying to cover this side previously, the fence is too high. You can see they have the fence and they have a mound behind the fence the whole way down for, I presume, noise. So you need the height to be able to actually see the aircraft before they rotate. I was parking and the van said 15 degrees. Doesn't feel like 15 degrees with that breeze. And we're due for an L northwesterly, I believe, later in the week. Going to bring quite a cold little interlude. Adrian, that's just how heavy the weekend was, huh? So JetBlue is behind there, about to come out. And Aer Lingus to Hamburg. That's the stock Dean getting at the sock. Probably. Anti-Dean measures deployed by Dublin Airport. Especially now that they made it stripy. Previously it was just orange, now it's a red and white stripe, so he finds himself drifting towards the fence all the time. David, glad to hear you're feeling that little bit better. In typical return to school fashion, Will is at home sick. He seems to have a bit of a throat infection. Not COVID, thankfully, all tested, but still. Wine and whiskey weekend, little bit pickled. Right, Aer Lingus off to Hamburg, an A320. So I was going to use the older camera and the bigger microphone for the sound here, but with the breeze it would have just been probably quite bad into the big microphone, so went with newer camera and smaller microphones. Richard, every year since he started secondary school, so this is obviously third year this year for his junior cert, every year within the first 2 weeks he ends up sick. I think he purposely goes in licking door handles in that school just so he can have time off. Now, the wind is forecast to pick up around 4 o'clock. Potential of 25, 26 knot gusts. So we'll see how we fare up. The plan is to stay here till after 4 for the JFK and Boston departures on the A330s. But obviously, being up here on the roof, if things get a bit windy, we'll have to make a decision. We'll see how it goes. Charlotte going into lurk mode, no bother. Hamburg still being held, not moving by the looks. Might need to adjust the tripod there, it's a bit slow to react. A second. A little bit better. Patricia is in work today, I believe. I was just reading the telegram last night. She said she'd be working. EI 404 off to Rome. Just appear to be having scanner issues because we're not hearing them. I'll move it now in a second and see if it makes any improvement. When it gets to that point there, the stabilisation seems to have a little meltdown. Have you noticed? Okay, morning to you. Looks like Ryanair off to Birmingham. Wow, very early rotate. Has to be empty. Got very high very quickly. Morning, Dean. It's always just as Charlotte says she's going into lurk mode, we get a rugby visitation, isn't it?
Rescue 1-2. There's the boilers across the board.
See, our friends are having a lie down. So I'm normally all the way up there, just about there. So that's why we've moved down that little bit. Paddy Spain, morning to you. Adrian couldn't help himself. Yes, I have moved down a little bit. Foggy Flyer, morning to you.
From November 2, you're clear takeoff runway 28 right. Wind is 290 at 10.
So 290 degrees, 10 knots. And Ryanair off to Santorini. Can go in that little bit, but the breeze, as you can see, does its thing at that point. ATR next, then Lufthansa. So ATR off to Birmingham.
So we'll be about 2 minutes delay behind lower traffic head. So November 2 is okay, got to wait there, otherwise November 1 is your choice today. That's okay if you take November 1 from November starting. Thank you.
So Lufthansa going all the way down to November 1, full length, off to Munich, an A320neo. Sarah Jane, good morning to you. Wolfie, morning. Ghost Stories is flying out to Tenerife on Friday evening. Nice. So, folks, the plan this week, just because I've actually thought ahead for a change, I am working Friday, so I won't be able to do it on Friday, but the plan will be arrivals on Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, potentially looking quite windy, so we'll probably go from the Pillars or even the Mound itself, depending on how busy the road is for Wednesday's stream. That's why I was adamant to do departures today, having threatened to do it the last day and ended up having to change because of the weather. Isn't it just, Brian? Don't be bold.
Waiting for to come down and I'll call you back shortly. Hold position.
If the wind noise is a little bit much, do let me know. I'll try and move the microphones.
Mike Charlie, things are facing everything. What is 29 28 right, clear takeoff away.
So the next little break we get, I might try changing the aerial on the scanner. It doesn't seem to be working all that well. Again, dropped on its head about 10 times, like Will. Adrian says, dipping in and out, work being needy. Fully understood, Adrian. Don't be stressing. You can see why I'm keeping the zoom that little bit back, just to avoid some of that shake where possible. However, Lufty's gonna make me use it. So Lufthansa had initially requested November 2, which meant they weren't too heavy, but ATC told them to go November 1 just because they were going to have to hold after the ATR slower traffic. So that's why they rotated so early. They didn't need the distance today.
November 2 for JetBlue 3+1.
So JetBlue to Boston, an A321neo.
November 2, line up runway.
Also looking for November 2. Like I said, we can't move the microphones if they're picking up too much wind. Thank you, Ghost Stories. This one should be a little bit better now. They're using November 2, which means they'll rotate closer to me. September, October. And it's as you can see, the JetBlue mint livery, all blue. We've had that quite a lot over the last 3-4 weeks, whereas most of the summer we only had the standard. Sandra says mics are grand. Thank you very much. It's the good thing about those little smaller ones. They tend not to be.
JetBlue 842. We need 2 minutes to warm up on this before we move.
November 1, hold short runway 28 right, advise you.
November 1, hold short 28 right, we'll advise JetBlue 842.
The other JetBlue saying they need 2 minutes for engine warm up, so they haven't joined the runway just yet. I don't think I've ever had a not breezy day on this side. Now I know it's an airport, it's always breezy, but yeah, every time I come over here. George, welcome. Hey George, you'd asked me to say hello to Jamie the other day, and I did turn on my little Pika-Paul camera here, but when I look back it didn't show. Apologies for that. I did think you could see me. Jeremy is currently on an A380 about to taxi from Sydney to Dubai. Nice. Are you upstairs or downstairs? So, JetBlue A321neo off to JFK, cleared for takeoff. Roisin, good morning to you. Yeah, I was, believe it or not. I had said it in the Telegram group to the others. I was almost thinking about rescheduling, just because I kind of thought a lot of people would be wanting to watch the Beluga. But then Helen, Adrian and Tom and Brian gave out to me for even contemplating it. How dare I, apparently. So we are using the new camera. As you can probably tell, much better picture quality. The only problem is with wind like this, the stabilization is not as good as our old trusty camcorder. But I think we'll survive, will we? Wesley, good morning to you. Adrian says the beluga ain't all that. I'd still like to see one here though. Kind of cool, you know.
Taxi November 2.
Sandra, I will send you a link to a Telegram group if you want. Rule number 1 of the Telegram group though is disable your notifications, because Ado never stops talking.
Runway 25, and the AIRBUS Dubjet.
Ryanair 36 Tango Zulu, taxi November 2, hold short runway 289.
Taxi number 2, hold short runway 28 right, that was good.
Tango Zulu, line up runway 28 right.
Line up runway 28 right, that was good.
Ryanair 1982, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right.
Hello, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right, Ryanair 1982.
Just about there where it goes a bit mad. So there we go. 13 knots, gusting 21. Turkish Airlines off to Istanbul. John from Drones and Planes wants it too. I will send it to you on the Discord. We had a great voice chat on the Discord. I think it was Friday night. Was it Friday night?
1982, line up runway 28 right.
That's right,
I know I missed the start of it due to mandatory murder mystery watching, but I did join in and we were on it quite late. I think we were on till about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. For those who are in the Discord server, there is a voice chat at the very top of the server that you can just pop in and out to as you please. So if there's a few of you in there and you want to spark up a conversation, it's open 24/7. It's voice only, so you don't have to worry about people seeing your mush if you don't want to. It was actually great chatting to Wendy the other night, putting a voice to the name. Brian O'Neill, morning to you. Heading off on the holidays today. Barcelona, nice. Doesn't like that bit there for some reason. Folks, if it is too, like, I can see it myself, so if that is very shaky, especially just at that leftmost pan when they're passing by, I can switch to the camcorder if you want. Let me know. We will drop quality, but it might be that little bit more stable. Up to yourselves. Mike, welcome along.
976 Quebec, line of runway 2 advance. 940 Lima Quebec, hello, taxi November 2, hold short runway 2 advance.
November 2, hold short runway 2 advance, and airport 2 Lima Quebec, good day.
Well, we have had a voice chat as well, a kind of voice call on the Telegram group previously. Not so long ago. I was saying it the other day, Tom Marchant has had the idea that we should have a kind of a Discord or Telegram evening Dubjet Discord drinks where everyone joins in and out voice chat. I think it's a good idea. Debian, you're not alone. Mine's on YouTube, so there you go. So, Ryanair to Amsterdam. It will hold for another minute and a half, 2 minutes or so, just because of the slower ATR traffic. Tony, welcome along. Ford was pointing out in the Discord group about Irish YouTubers hiding their accent. I think I do a good job of hiding my accent. What do you think? Yeah, Sandra, I seen that both are on, and I was going to do a redirect for Pip. I was going to set it up, and then I saw drones and planes were on. I was like, right, it's not really fair to redirect to one and not the other, so I've left you to make your own decision this time. So, Ryanair AMS cleared to roll. Serious question. Wookiee or whale? I initially always said whale, believe it or not. But kind of Wookiee just caught on, didn't it? And it's not just with us, like it's across a lot of channels where they call it a Wookiee. I could honestly be from anywhere in Dublin. And now I believe Ryanair from going to Nantes, should I say? Stand by, most important. Terracore cam. Irish retractor, by the way, sorry. Oh. A350, I believe. DL177 heading back to Atlanta. For those of you that monitor the aviation news, so it started with Cathay Pacific. They had an incident on one of their A350s that forced it to return after takeoff. An engine fire. So there was a mandatory inspection of the Cathay 350 fleet. That has now led to all the aviation bodies ordering mandatory inspections of 350s. Something to do with a high pressure fuel hose rupture. If you remember initially when the A350 first took to the skies after about 3 years, there was a fan blade problem with a couple of the original 350s, mostly based out in Asia, and that was to do with the high sulfur content in the fuel causing corrosion. So when I heard about it, I thought, oh, maybe it's that again, but no, it was a high pressure fuel hose apparently that ruptured. Again, nothing to do with Airbus, it's more a Rolls-Royce problem, isn't it? ATR heading to Liverpool.
Delta 177 minus runway 39 right.
Oh, even the Delta is taking November 2, look. So obviously the headwind, meaning they don't really need full length today. This is gonna take long to rotate either, I imagine. Yep, there is an Aer Lingus A330 going full length, but the A350 is November 2. Nice. So DL 177 off to Atlanta. It's an A350-900, I believe. Yep. Cheeky tooth. Careful.
Delta 177.
Stay up here, right shot off, 177.
Now we've the A330 to JFK lined up at November 1.
There goes to that home, 217.
Flying on November 1, host for runway 29. Stomach 5, Tango Juliet, line of runway 2, line of way 2 minutes, proceeding to party heavy.
And that's today's right from Lake, 5.
Jim, welcome along. So EI544 next, an A320 off to Nice. So still gusting 20 knots, but it is a headwind, so not too bad.
Taxi November 1, Zebra 42, November, Delta Bravo, and hold short, direct right.
Wind 290 degrees, 4 knots, 20 minutes, 08, runway 25, to take over.
Take up direct right, running 195, please.
Hyper Express 3706, taxi November 1, hold short runway 25.
Taxi November 1, hold short runway 25,
Ryanair heading to Warsaw next, followed by 2 BAs, 1 to London City, 1 to Heathrow. BA Embraer off to London City. Yeah, David, I prefer if they were slightly closer, like when they take November 2, but just because the level of zoom needed when they're down at November 1 is susceptible to shake. Graham, welcome along. Hope you're good. Hope all's well at home. BA 827.
4000 Bravo, wind 30 degrees, 4 knots, minus 20 minutes 08, runway 2 advise, good takeoff.
Off to Heathrow. And it's an A319.
Ryan, Alpha, taxi November 1, hold for runway 2 advise.
Taxi to November 1, no show, to advise.
Cyber Express 37 Alpha, reaching line of runway 28 right.
Hello, runway 2 advise,
Iberia to Madrid after this 319.
Express 37 Alpha, 4 knots, circle 20, minimum 090, runway 2 advise, good takeoff. 96 X-ray, 0 line of runway 2 advise.
Enter line up away, runway 28 right, Ryanair, 66 X-ray, 0.
So Iberia to Madrid. I've just moved the microphones slightly. If the wind noise is worse, let me know. Patrick, morning to you. Happy Monday.
Take off runway 28 right, Ryanair, 66 X-ray, 0.
Ryanair off to Gatwick.
And up away, always.
Capital Fact says the noise is atmospheric.
Runway 285,
Thanks, bye.
FR7032 off to Faroe. For those that don't know that, Faroe obviously. John, morning to you. That was a Delta from Atlanta to Heathrow overhead. Nice. Well, yeah, the wind chill definitely didn't keep my coffee warm anyway. Yeah. So a WestJet Max 8 off to Toronto. And it looks like a KLM taxiing as well behind it. I'll print you a picture now in a second.
Taxi November 2, line up runway 28 right.
Taxi November 2, line up 3 right, that's 35 seconds.
KLM 737 off to Amsterdam, blocked by a truck. Go get me! Watch this as it goes by now. Watch the turbulence. And if you remember, the last day we had the Iberojet 330 Neo come in and depart. Well, today we've an Iberojet 320. Came in from, I think it's Zadar, is it?
KLM 1138 taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right.
November 2, hold short, 28 right, ready for departure, KLM 1138.
West at 35, wind 30 degrees on 6 knots, max 22 level 09 and runway 28 right, good takeoff.
6 up to 8 right, WestJet.
WestJet clear to roll.
KLM 1138, line up runway 28 right, and wait. AIRBUS, taxi November 1, hold short runway 28 right.
Taxi November 1, hold short runway 28 right, AIRBUS 722.
Breeze really catching the camera. So when normally if I let go of the camera it stays in place, but when we're facing this way that's what the breeze does. As you can see. Right, KLM off to AMS next. And as Adrian pointed out, definitely not a Wookiee. El Rey was watching the Beluga land on Jerry's stream. Nice. I think someone said it's gone back out again about 20 past 5 this evening, is that correct? Red nose.
722, we are at the holding for the runway, and 28 right, and fully ready for the back.
Understood, you have a slot time, hold position.
Richard, chat to you later.
Better 630 miles, number 2 lines,
So, our Ibero jet, I think it's EVE722, Eve722 is it? It's an A320. We'll be heading to Madrid, and I think it came in from not Zadar. It was, what was it? Zaragoza or Zadar? I can't remember. Scary. 6 months in the club.
Northern 630 miles, wind 300 degrees, 15 knots, max 22, minimum 09er, runway 285.
Norwegian to Oslo, getting an intersect. Bing bong, Scary. Thank you very much.
November 2 came 981.
981, thank you, back to November 2, hold short runway 28 right.
November 2 short to right, 981.
Thank you, Scary, for gifting those memberships. Much appreciated. Folks, if you're in the chat and you've been gifted, make sure you do say thank you. Little excited plane with its right hand turn. Gary gets another bing bong for the gifted memberships.
Avalanche 722, wind 290 degrees, 15 knots, max 50, minimum 09, runway 28 line, 2 single.
Runway 28 right,
So, Iberojet off to Madrid, cleared for takeoff. We got us a play. Ellie, good morning to you. Happy Monday to you.
Runway 981, line above the red line.
runway 2 right, 981.
Taxi November 1, hold short runway.
Number 1, hold straight right, come on, 131.
Yeah, for those not aware, it was Ado's birthday over the weekend. We won't ask him how old he was. UA 981 off to Chicago 757.
32 degrees, 16 knots, max 22, minimum 09, runway 3 line, 2 takeoff. Clear 130, the line above the red line.
Not quite the bus pass yet. Oh, look at that. American.
November 1, hold short 28 right for American 725.
So, as John would say, proper plane.
November 2, hold short runway 28 right, you are number 2.
Roger, November 2, hold short 2, Detroit, camera 1 nation.
Our Condor sock is in full swing. So, play next. Returning to Reykjavik. John, when was your birthday? I only knew it was Adrian's because he told us.
November 1, line above me, straight line away to number 2, take a second, company traffic.
And he only told us after the stream, so Dean didn't sync to him the other day. I was on last Wednesday, John, but I don't think you were in with us, were you? Belated happy birthday. And I know, John, just how to make your day. A belated birthday bing bong, just for you. If you're like me, you hate birthdays anyway. It just tends to be the way it is. Straight into the right hand turn before the gear doors even closed. Look at that.
Mark 123, wind 30 degrees, 1 off, max 20, number 08, runway 2 right, you take off.
Take off runway 2 right, Mark 123.
American 75, line of runway 2 right.
Up runway 28 red, Mark.
John, first off, you haven't told me where you're going. Secondly, it's a secret. And thirdly, if I join you, it's going to rain. We discussed this. John purposely hasn't told me where he's going, so I can't come with him and bring the rain with me. EI123 off to Chicago. Breeze has picked up dramatically, as you can probably hear. Again, straight into the turn. Me wonders, are they avoiding weather? As we've not seen any of the heavies turn that quickly. So AA 777 200 off to Charlotte.
Right, 3 Yankee Yankee, November 1, and we'll sort of runway 29.
November 1, short of 3 Yankee.
That's 60 November line of runway 29.
That's what I was thinking, Aaron. Now, I know there is a defined waypoint in the planning permission as well that's 5 nautical miles straight ahead. Now, they don't stick to that one at all, but they definitely have started turning quicker in the last few minutes. We'll see now if the AA does the same. With its monster noise. That's probably more about normal, where they normally turn. I can go right in on that, but I'd say the shake from the breeze will be unholy. Let's see. Yes, look at that. Sandra, everything is already strapped down to the roof here. I have a ratchet straps that secure everything when I'm up here except myself. But to be fair, the bank behind me is nearly halfway up the van, so it's only like a 3-foot jump down if I have to. But I won't need to, it's not that bad. I've been up here and worse. Ellie, thank you very much for the super sticker. Ellie gets it full on, bing bong bong. 80 off to Newquay. Sorry. Just to give you an idea of how much higher that is than the others, look. Tie myself to it. Danger is my middle name. And frequent hospital visits is my confirmation name, so I'm okay. Yeah, Aaron, like I said, that's a somewhat contentious right turn. According to the planning permission, as I said, they were meant to always go 5 miles straight first. But as you can see, the pilots tend to turn right as soon as they can. which is the whole reason why that group are objecting to everything the airport does now. F4 7072 next, off to Porto. Wherever John's going, it's 29 degrees. Why do I have a feeling, John, somewhere in the back of my mind, suddenly there's going to be low approaches and a beach setting? Would that be right? Would I be close enough?
Gemstone 40 Delta, line up for me to your right and west.
Mirror 3 says, most likely they are turning due to a sudden layer of icing turbulence from ground to flight level 060. I can tell you, breeze is cold. I know that's nothing to do with that, but it just, the sun is shining, but I actually have a jacket and a jumper on because the breeze is that cold. Then you get one that does it almost right.
40 Delta, next one liner not stand 1 November departure from me to your right.
ATR off to Donegal. I think it was either Fridays or Saturdays. ATR to Donegal had to come back to Dublin due to fog and a low cloud ceiling in Donegal. They couldn't land due to visibility.
I would like 2 legs today. Canadian 500 no for future, can you advise here delivery agreed parents full and departure right on November 1 full from your right. Taxi right and a lower.
Nice little queue of departures. Am I smoking? No. I'm not even vaping, that's in my pocket, because when you take it out in the breeze like this, the breeze activates it, so it's in my pocket. The microphone is inside my jacket. 1 second, I'll take it back out again and see if that's any better.
Yeah, you can pick up Aviation 172 Alpha. Planet 005,
Alright, sounded like there was something in my mouth.
6 minutes time.
My mouth going numb from the cold, probably.
Liner 3 Yankee, line up on me to the right and west, good afternoon. Line up and west.
I was sucking a plug. What?
Yankee 016 to the man, QC not approach F3 Julie departure, runway to the right, clear for takeoff, goodbye.
Ryanair, Max 8, off to Birmingham. Our queue is getting longer.
Canadian 51 Delta, line up runway to the right, line up to the right, then wait, hold on.
Busy day for the airport today. Over 740 aircraft movements on arrival or departure.
November 2, 4 short, runway 35. So 2, 4 short, 2, 8, 1.
SAS lined up for Stockholm.
November 2, go short to the right. Say again, Channel 49 Julie? Channel 49 Julie, taxi November 2, go short to the right. November 2, short to the right.
So, little base jet off to Farnborough, I believe. Yep, Sokka's definitely denoed. So we need someone that knows what they're talking about to tell us what's different in those departure instructions. It's saying a 2 Juliet departure. Normally they're just clear to take off, but this time they're being instructed 2 Juliet departure. Wow. I think the froggy's going to work for us. Wait for it. Barely. Too windy. Sorry. F4211 heading to Stansted.
Line up on way to the right. Way to it right, sharp 190.
Aer Lingus off to Faro. Dean is back again in lurk mode.
November 1 2 Bravo, November 1 emergency number 2 for departure. 28 right away, zone 1 2 Bravo. Liner 6 Bravo to dispatch, November 2 hold short, right to risk in ATR departure from the full Antidor.
I'll show him his sock now in a second.
Hold short,
twofer to be had there with the ATR lined up behind it. Barney, working and lurking. Welcome. ATR off to the Isle of Man.
Bravo, line up for me to right from there. Liner 960, passenger taxi, November 2, hold short.
Sorry. Not easing anyway, I'll tell you that much. Incoming bus. Ryanair to Naples lined up next. Oh. Tractor just wanted to get in the picture, see that? Shortbread froggy or a red-eyed froggy. The choices are endless.
6 Bravo, wind check 300 degrees, 18 knots, with a max 23 knots, and a 3 unit departure, make sure right clear for take up, goodbye.
So it's Creach, means finish or end as well. It's Irish for the word end. So wind is 18 knots, gusting 23. It's making them laugh more than it's joking. Scary's going to be around calling people a crotch end from now on.
Delta 115, hello, taxi, November 2, hold short, running to the side. Taxi to November 2, hold short, 185.
Ryanair to Bergamo next. I'll give you a good one there. There you go.
That's 115, line up for runway 2 right, please.
And up 183, right south 115.
You know what to do there, Sandra, don't you? Blame Dean.
Summer 130, good day, 1 Delta, clear of November 16, taxi November 1, from November 1, line up runway 2 right, please. Okay, once the Delta is clear, continue November 1, line up at 28 right, and we'll get back for 28. Logan 36 Mike Julius, traffic ahead, car 4 length stall for just a few minutes, taxi November 1, to full short of runway 2 right. That's 115, 15 with a man. Do not serve. Car to right there for takeoff, goodbye.
John pretends he worries, but at the end of the day, he's just one of us. He's just the same. Delta off to Minneapolis, a 767-300. Well, Dean is the one that called it that first, yeah. We all nearly died the day he said that on stream.
Departure, we'll make your right there for takeoff, bye-bye. Julius, switching up to the right, and just for information, we have a flight taxi up angle, we have to leave the gear down for 2 minutes. Okay, that's copy that, and advise it.
So EI133 off to Boston. They've advised ATC that they do have a technical issue with the gear, which will require them to leave the gear down for 2 minutes. Obviously, one of their brakes is faulty. I think the term is MEL, M-E-L, minimum equipment list. If only one of them are faulty, one of the brakes on one set of the gears, they're okay to go, but if they end up with 2 faults, they're not allowed.
Down for a while, are you tapping up in 2 minutes or more? November 1, hold short 2 minutes right, line air 961. November 1, short.
So usually in these kind of circumstances, it's one of two things. Either they have a sensor gone on one of the wheels, or they have a brake that's not applying on one of the wheels. So the wheels will never be brought up while they're still moving, so they wait for 2 minutes for the wheels to stop rotating before they bring them up into the aircraft. You'll also see this with the Dreamliner sometimes, that's overheating. However, the fact that they said it in advance that this was going to happen, that just means it's either a faulty sensor or a faulty brake.
You have 2 minutes now, approximately in 9015 with a max 2 rotel. Departure runway to the right there for takeoff, bye-bye. Aircraft runway to the right clear for takeoff. Do it.
Rob, congratulations on your milestone in the Spoilers Club.
Right there, 417, line up runway to the right side. Land runway to the right.
So, Logan Air. James, thank you for those gifted memberships, much appreciated. So FI 417 next is a Icelandair 757 heading back to Reykjavik. I believe we had the Aurora livery 757 in Dublin yesterday.
Charlie, apologies for this, we've got a person before this, so we're not quite ready yet to call you when you're in. Roger on hand, Charlie uniform, call when you're ready. Hello.
They just say someone's in the toilet.
10, hold short of coming to his right. No, do hold short to his right. Yeah. minutes anyway. The van is not going to be 6 seconds or so. Okay. Can you put now line up every 280 right here then? On the 280 right, line here, 930 uniform.
Yeah, Ruby, the bing bongs are back to manual for the time being. We were discussing it in the voice chat the other night, you know. So Ryanair to Manchester and SAS to Oslo.
That's now more 2 minutes, which is 300 degrees, 16 knots runway, 285 for position. Boy, Ryanair, you pick up 285, Ryanair 1.
Lies. We did actually. I was explaining to Tom, Helen and Wendy about the bing bongs. You can't win. It's crazy. Believe it or not, some people have left the channel because there's not enough bing bongs, and some people leave the channel because there is bing bongs.
Morning, first and afternoon, reception number 2 and hold shuttle from into this way. Good afternoon, taxi number 2 for short, 2 and right.
Alan, welcome along. Good to see you. So, SAS to Oslo. Dave Flynn, morning to you.
Rescue 26, one more departure, number 2, then we'll have a big gap for running session.
It's only during the winter streams, scary, that I enjoy jumping in muddy puddles.
Yeah, for now, okay, right.
David says it's planes, there has to be bing bongs. They've never been on a plane where someone is spamming the call button. I know, I get it. Sometimes it can interfere that little bit. VistaJet off to Corfu. Sometimes especially if there's a heavy departure or a heavy landing and people want to see it, it can be very annoying having 8 or 9 bing bongs playing in a row, so I do get it.
683 with this 280 degrees, 17 knots, formation 285 for the
I have my winter boots in the van. Scary, don't you worry. The mound turns into a slush pile in the winter here, so Not only are you jumping in muddy puddles while you're walking around the tripod, then it turns into a slip and slide when you try to go down the mound after the stream back to the van. Again, folks, do keep in mind, I am battling the wind, especially when we're facing the left-hand side as we pan past here. Wind is coming directly from my left-hand side, so when we turn to the left, it catches the camera that little bit. As you can see there. Come on, Froggy. Stay still. Two bing bongs is just enough. Well, you get people that say 2 bing bongs is too much then, you know. Might have to separate it into a bing, then a bong. Oh, look at you. James wants to convert the bing bongs to bong bongs. I don't know. It's a highly technical conversation, this. Dreamweaver, welcome along.
Line up runway 28 right full length, head November 1, United 229.
Yeah, John, I had a bit of a meltdown the other day. I was on Facebook and I got bombarded, and I mean bombarded with ads. And I went and deleted the app, so I can't get messenger messages at the moment because I lost my cool with it. I think I literally seen the same ad. Out of the 6 ads, one of them was the same one 3 times. And I just, And Facebook obviously knows something about me that I don't, because it was for women's clothes as well. So Adrian, it's not only that now, so even just normal Facebook pages, if they want to grow at all, you have to pay Facebook now to promote your page. So you're getting all sorts of random promoted pages where it comes up with, oh, maybe you should follow this person. Like, yeah, no, thanks. United 757 off to Washington. John, I think I did send you my phone number before for WhatsApp if you use it. That's if it's urgent, John. If not, I'll be able to check it later on. I'll just log on to Facebook on the browser instead of the app. And then there was none. Here, plainy. Yeah, that's a new thing I only encountered the other day myself, Debbie Ann. It was someone posted something in one of the groups I'm in, and it was a news article in relation to, I think it was the A350s, and I rejected the cookies, and then it said, oh well, then if you're going to reject the cookies you have to pay to view this article, and I was like, or I could just not.
Do you have a switch for us? First take up, please? Disregard.
Alright, yeah, I will check it, John. You see that Dreamweaver, I've noticed as well now, they start recommending businesses you should communicate with on Messenger. It comes up. So there's ads in Messenger even now. If they're the ones selling our data, why are we getting ads? You know what I mean? Ado says SAS to Copenhagen. And a bus, followed by a truck, I said. High five, yes it is. It's about, the last I heard on ATC was 18 knots, gusting 22. And of course it would be on the day I choose to stand on the roof of the van. However, like I said earlier on, for those that weren't here at the start of the stream, we're looking at a potential windy day on Wednesday, so I will be doing arrivals for that one. Nothing crazy. I think gusts of up to about 30 knots. So we'll see how that pans out, but that's why I want to do departures today, because Wednesday will definitely be an arrivals day. I see you moving in there. So they've pushed back an A330 to bring it over to stand by the looks. It was on remote stand 5G. Wednesday. Oh. Can a mod ban themselves? Let's find it. Graham, welcome back. Oh, I have done it once. Just the once though. And good luck finding it, because it no longer exists. Do keep in mind, this level of zoom, wind is absolutely going to create shake. There's nothing I can do about it. I think we can only see one having an lie down. The rest are on the move. Sandra's getting the coffee. I like it. That should be the same. Even though mine is most definitely iced at this stage. It's almost time to start bringing the flask again, isn't it? What are you?
Very good.
Are we ready? Alright, 6 seconds off the traffic on the left hand, small time will give way, you seconds, I want the true line up on your right.
Speed instructions there.
Yeah,
Set that as copies, so we will continue to November 2 line up and wait on the 28
okay, from right, 6 seconds off, break, terminal 164, get up to the fuel traffic here,
Sean Million, welcome along. Good to have you with us.
Line up on the okay, behind the Ryanair traffic at our 12 o'clock going in November 2, we are cleared to taxi November 1, double length, and line up on right behind Shamrock 164. Paper.
Ryanair Max 8 to London Luton. Sean, I seen that. What will it be? It'd be called Ernesto if it's named, or something along those lines, won't it? It's in the Western Gulf. Oh, Francine will be the next name. Okay. We're already gone. Lufty to Frankfurt on taxi there. Thank you, Adrian. And EI164 is our A320 heading to Heathrow. I know one of the storm chasers I follow, Sean Reed Timmer, had posted a live update about it, so I was watching that. Although I think the Tropical Storm Centre aren't forecasting it to make it to hurricane, which is always a bonus, but it will still bring storm surge and wind and rain. So Lufty with the intersect from November 2. There's also two depressions they're monitoring in the Atlantic itself as well. One with a 60% chance of becoming a tropical storm. That was last night. Now that those possibilities may have increased. Sean, I'm not in the States whatsoever. I am in Dublin in Ireland. Just like to watch things weather related. This is off to Heathrow. Early rotate.
line of runway 28 right, number 1 hotel, whiskey. Running on 18 November Tower, good afternoon, next to November 2, hold shuttle. 3 right. November 2, hold shuttle, 3 right. Hotel Whiskey, wind 270 degrees, 19 knots, runway 28 right, for takeoff, away. Clear for takeoff, runway 28 right, number 1 hotel, Whiskey. Running out of 18 November when the Shamrock Zone line up runway 28 right.
The last departure was Heathrow. So was this EI 160 going to Heathrow as well. Aer Lingus announcing last week that they're dropping 2 daily routes or 2 daily sectors to Heathrow and 2 daily sectors to Manchester. I don't know whether you saw the article that DAA are pushing at the moment, but LATAM looked to open a direct route between Dublin and Sao Paulo in Brazil, and they would have had the slot available to them for the winter. However, they also wanted summer slots for next year, and DAA weren't able to give it to them because of the passenger cap. So LATAM have decided not to come into Dublin at this time due to the passenger cap. Haps, welcome along.
November with a 28 16 knots, runway 28 right, take off away. Water right, you take off
Ryanair off to Edinburgh next. And then there's some oversharing from Sandra. Thank you. Yeah, so apparently there was a number of carriers prepared to come into Dublin with new routes for the autumn-winter schedule, which they can be accommodated for, but they also, it was part of their negotiations that they wanted some summer space for next year, and DAA can't guarantee it to them because the IAA want a reduction of 1 million passengers. So it was discussed the last day on the last stream that DAA announced they had exceeded this year's cap by 1 million passengers. So the IAA want them to make up for it.
One heavy with 16 knots runway 28 right, for takeoff just now, UQNH 1014.
Lana, welcome. So, an A330 heading to SFO, San Fran. Alan, yep, 7 Sierras on 28 left. Sierra 7 being the last. I think there's a meeting scheduled for either tomorrow or Wednesday between the Junior Minister for Transport and Ryanair, and he's invited any other interested parties as well. But I think obviously given the years of planning scandal that happened here and all the tribunals about people interfering with the planning process, I think the government are very reluctant to get involved. Whereas this should be the case that they should be involved, and they shouldn't have been involved in the previous stuff. You know that kind of way? I don't want to get political about it, but the fear of scandal is keeping them from actually doing anything about it. Hello, no 747s in Dublin today. I believe there's one forecast scheduled for the end of the month or the first week in October, but nothing confirmed yet. You're looking at EI117 off to Washington. Helen's favourite, EILRB. So this will be chasing the United 757 we saw depart a short while ago to Washington. So no contest really. Sandra, I think she was up late minding one of the cats who's unwell, so I imagine she's getting much needed sleep at this stage.
Number 2, line up runway 220. Number 2, line up runway 28, 526.
Mario, welcome in Berlin.
7560, wind is 280 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff, away. Takeoff, runway 28,
A320 Aer Lingus off to Paris. Kieran, welcome. Now mad so far, other than the lunatic stood on the roof of the van. Yeah, haps. The sun is out, but unfortunately so is the breeze, making it that little bit colder. Saturday and Sunday were 2 cracking days. But I'd say that's the end of it now, unless we get another little blast. Right, while we have a break here for a second, I'm going to grab my breakfast. Mandatory croissant as always. Air Transat on the way shortly, going to Toronto. I think there's a little BizJet taxiing too, but I think it's just landed. Yeah, no, it's turning into the general stand. No. Before I left this morning, Ado, my son, who takes after me, had to go for his mandatory coffee. Before I left, he was staying in, minding his brother and the dogs, and he came back with a coffee and a croissant for me, so I can't give out. Those that do prefer arrivals, do not fear, we will be covering arrivals on Wednesday with potential higher winds than today. That's why I chose today, silly me, for standing on the roof. Should have known better. They're coming for me. Wasn't my fault. Whatever happened. Alright. Adrian was lucky enough to have a daughter buy a coffee and donut at the weekend. Hey, it was your birthday. Come on now. If they stop here, my name's Dean, the channel is vlogging everything, and he's now banned from the airport. Wait.
Air Transit 231 Tower.
Paul says, you can't drink for waves, so you just have to pretend they're waving. I would imagine, Paul, you change the game today and you change it for one drink per rotation.
You need a full length 17 right, line November 1, line up every series right next week.
Eurowings off to Dusseldorf. Obviously I am keeping the zoom down that little bit just because of the breeze causing shake.
Traffic is taking the full length. You want to take the full length of week November 2? The wave will take the full length Delta 155. 155 seconds. The full length November 1 is full short of runway 28 right. Full length November 1 short of 28 Delta 155.
So Air Transat, and we have DL155 there as well. Air Transat is a 321neo going to Toronto, I believe.
Okay, we can go for London. In that case, Shamrock 7 in exit. Shamrock 7 actually follow the company, November 1, full short of runway 28 right. November 1, hold short 28 right, Shamrock 7 in exit. Delta 155 heavy wind is 270 degrees, 17 knots, runway 28 right clear for takeoff, take care. Shamrock 10 Mike, line up runway 28 right, waiting for a few minutes after Delta.
DL155 heading to Boston. Andy, welcome along. So EI101 321neo off to EWR, New Jersey, Newark, New York.
Red Nose 730, power good afternoon. Taxi behind the right here, number 2 and full short of runway 28 right. Red nose, 7 Charlie Bravo. Red nose, 7 Charlie Bravo, cover.
EI 748 off to Bilbao. John with his proper plane, 767. Trademark, John Paul, 2024.
Ryanair 1 Delta Kilo, line up from 8358. And up to 8 right, Ryanair 1 Delta Kilo. Running 1 Delta Kilo, wind 290, 16 knots, 28 right, take off right. Go for take a bridge right on here, 1 Delta Kilo right.
Ryanair off to Newcastle.
Equity still doesn't use this time by 1 Delta Tower here, with progress forward very close. Select with you, 0 Delta Kilo, your VF4 detail in the zone is approved. Q1 track for Russian Scary, Q&H and Dublin.
Norwegian off to Copenhagen.
Breeze 17 up from a 285, clear to take off, right? Well, 68 down, behind the departure traffic line up from a 285 behind the wing. Starting traffic line up from a 285 behind the wing, come on, 68 down.
The reason, again, why I'm not zooming in is obviously camera shake and heat haze. So I'm just trying to keep it as stable as I can.
Thank you, Echo, your confidence. Dubjet in Planespotting Airport with the 0.7 kilos is airborne out Ballyboggle now, and you can see me down there, Kerry, our rush to Kerry, not above 2,000 feet on the QNH 1014 hectopascal. About 68 Yankee, surface wind 290.15 knots, will be 285, clear take off, right? That's very nice, come on, 68 Yankee. Come on, 5 November, halfway behind the departure traffic line, way 285 behind the wing.
EI 684 to Geneva, November 2, British Airways, going to Heathrow. Looks like there's a Swiss in there as well. Now, Aer Lingus rugby livery. Heading to Nantes.
Sherman 5 November, Papa surface wind is 300 degrees 17 knots, wind 285, clear take off the right. With 5 Charlie Lehman behind the departure traffic line from 285 behind the wing.
Yeah, they'll be parting Aer Lingus, line up its way to runway 28 right, November 2 behind, with 5 Charlie Lehman.
Right, 9 Romeo Lehman. From November 1, line up with 28 right and wait, stand by for your number 2 for departure traffic for the first of intermediate point ahead. Stand by November 1, line up and wait for 28 right, line up for we have a number.
Pilot on the Swiss almost sounded like the computer generated voice that you hear on the Aegis, didn't he?
November 1 to hold short of runway 28 right. Right, November 1 to hold short. 30 degrees 17 up to 28 right, clear takeoff.
Runway 28 right, give me a takeoff, Swiss 5, call me in.
Swiss off to Zurich.
1825, November 2, hold short, runway 28 right.
That's the right, okay, 35 with you.
And I can take off now to unit. The first jet now is turned around, so onward snap. Second board carrying. It's in the sleep zone and ferry to the Gulf of Malvern for a temporary closure there. Maybe looking to go back in about an hour to Ballybottle. Presuming we come down the coast to be a scary through. Hey, sir, yeah, typical Takeoff. Takeoff here, right, 999, where's running?
Paul, there is two of them at the moment, EIDEI and EIDEG.
Hold short runway 28 right. Enable, November 2, hold short 28 right, right here.
This is Ryanair, too far away.
Stay by 9256, come on November 2, now line up to 28 right.
I'm way to the right, to 25 with you.
Not that it ever went away, really, but.
Delta 56 Romeo Charlie, November 1 line up to 28 right, wait, stand by for reach, will be short, prepare to head for minutes immediate point. November 1 line up by
Afternoon from Greece. Welcome back. British Airways off to Heathrow next.
Ryanair 94 up to Zulu, from November 2 behind the departure traffic, line up to 28 right behind and wait. Right, about to do behind the departure traffic, line up 28 right, way behind Ryanair 94 up to Zulu. I'm on 2 Echo Mike, taxi November 2, hold short on my 28 right. Up to hold short 28 right, I'm on 2 Echo Mike.
Ryanair FR 1452 to Brussels next.
Ryanair 94 up to Zulu, surface wind is 300 degrees 14 up to which way right clear takeoff. Take up to it right, Ryanair 94 up to
Little ATR waiting for its chance at the back.
185. 2 Echo Golf, that's 2 to maintain V4 and contact us for the information at 1185. Copy.
ATR heading to Edinburgh next.
Line up 660, Victor, November 1, line up which way, right and wait, stand by for an equal traffic and a pass position, point ahead. November 1, line up the bridge, runway 28 right, runway 660. And come up to line up 660, from November 2, line up 1, right, channel.
Now, you will have a hold of about 2 minutes because that's a slower moving aircraft before these are allowed to leave. Yeah, I don't know whether I've seen circumference or not. I haven't actually been looking at regs too much. Too busy trying not to let go of the camera in the breeze. The Aer Lingus you're looking at there is EI208 to Manchester, and there's a Ryanair behind it heading to Stansted. And we have our AA Dreamliner aiming for Chicago. Aer Lingus to Manchester. Ryanair to Stansted. I'm going to limit the amount of time I'm facing to the left there, just because of how severe the breeze is when you're pointing into it with the camera there. It kind of shakes it quite violently.
Ryanair 442 behind the departing traffic, line up from 28 right behind and wait. Behind the bus traffic, line up and wait behind.
Aer Lingus to Santiago. Healthy. That was EIDW with its retro engine casing on the front.
Ryanair 442, surface like 215 knots from 28 right for takeoff. Minus 209 are behind the departing traffic, line up with 28 right and wait. Ryanair 972, the traffic when able, taxi November 2, hold north on 28 right. And I will taxi November 2, traffic to Ryan, to right, Ryan,
Ryanair to Liverpool. So AA Dreamliner next, heading to Chicago.
American 2 Dreamliner, so between the 280 degrees 1 and 7 knots, 28 right, 26 right. Let's take out 28 right for American 209. Liner 97 Julia Papa from November 2, line up with 28 right and wait. From November 2, line up and right to Ryanair Airlines 7 stop. Shamrock 16 Yankee, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right. November 2, hold short 28 right, turn Shamrock 16 Yankee.
Ryanair to Cardiff, Aer Lingus to Heathrow, and a KLM Wookie to Amsterdam. Little E2 Embraer.
Shamrock 16 Yankee, behind the person traffic line, up to 28 right behind the way. And the dark traffic on the way, 28 right behind. KLM 1140, enable taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Number 2, hold short runway 28 right.
Aer Lingus to Heathrow. Phil, welcome along. Wookie.
Crosswinds 270, 15 knots, make 28 right. So take off, Mike. Good right to the side, don't fail, call, you're correct. Right now, 199, 45.
Unfortunately, much too far away and the wind not in our favour today to be able to hear the Wookiee power up. The one thing you'll notice when this goes by though is how quiet they are once they're in the air. John says same when they land. Yeah, John, it's unreal. But obviously the Wookiee noise that you get from them when the pressure changes in the engines is about it. Like there's not much else to them.
3 Mike Victor, traffic level, 28 Mike behind the white.
James reckons the bing bongs should be ding dongs. There's already a ding dong behind the camera, you don't need any more.
Okay, right now 60 X-ray golf, taxi November 2, hold short to 28 right. Right now 60 X-ray golf.
I do, right now 60 X-ray golf, just with you holding short of November.
Okay, right now 60 X-ray golf, taxi November 2, hold short to 28 right.
Taxi November 2, hold short to 28 right, right now 60 X-ray golf.
Ryanair to Prague next.
Ryanair 53 Mike Victor, surface wind 280 degrees 16 knots, make 28 right.
I seen that the first Neo arrived with them last week, John, and they're talking about using Neos on a couple of the European routes, alright.
Traffic line about runway 28 right behind Ryanair 60 extra go.
Yeah, Rob, a little bit alright. I'll give you a quick sock check. I've gone by it. Ryanair to Prague is moving, sorry.
Pick up to it, right? Have a good day, Ryanair.
Ryanair to Santiago. And we have...
Zero Golf, time to departure traffic, line up, which way, right behind and wait.
And Charlie, traffic, line up, wait, straight, right behind, perfect, zero Golf.
Irish barber's pole. Yeah. That's what we were saying earlier, John. Dean's Condor floppy sock. EI 608 to Amsterdam.
American 723, continue straight ahead, November 1, and line up with 28 right and wait. Straight ahead, November 1, line up with 28 right, American 723.
.330 on the move as well, followed by a bizjet.
Straight ahead, November
John,
1,
drones and planes. Evening to you. You're on this evening, John, are you? AA 723 Dreamliner off to Philadelphia.
Red Angel 6265, you ready for departure? Red Angel 6265 from November 2, line up next to 28 right.
So they're going to let the bizjet intersect.
X723, stand by for release. There will be an executive jet to depart from an intermediate point ahead of you.
There you go, folks. So that's Pip and drones and planes on this evening. I think, like Sandra said earlier on, 2 screens required. Tom made it just in time. Quite the coincidence, eh?
A-frame Red Angel 6265, traffic gate line, door number 1 and 2, so clear line up the next right.
So I hear the call sign for this.
Red Angel 6265, surface wind 280, division 14 knots, 8 right, clear to take off, bye-bye.
Call sign for the bizjet is Red Angel Is that right? This is off to Nashville. Aina is enjoying the stream in Lanzarote. Nice. Keeping Rob company while he's working from home, and then drones and planes takes over the mantle later on. I like it.
Number 1 hold towards the state right line there. Bird 723, 723, degrees 16 knots, make 28 right, clear, take off away. Because they got 3 right now.
Declan, I had sent you an email and all to see we are right. Had you left the channel and came back because your name dropped back to grey? That's what we were wondering what the story was. Good to see you, Declan. EI127 off to Toronto, A330.
Romeo, taxi to the right, November 1, hold short, coming 285. Number 1, holding short,
Declan, Beach Life was asking for you as well in the voice chat the other night. Was wondering were you okay? welcome along. Good to see you.
Yes, surface wind is 300, 7 knots, 28 right, clear takeoff away. Clear for takeoff runway 28 right, minus 7 altitude, long falls. Stop. Platoon 887 Romeo, behind the departing liner, traffic line up runway 28 right, behind and wait.
Pip's living the dream. He's getting to stream from the hotel room in air conditioning. Nice. Ryanair FO272 off to Stansted. Didn't even see that. Hide. Adrian, thank you very much. And Tom, thank you as well, much appreciated. Pip says, Paul, I know how annoying the wind can be. Thank you very much, Pip. Much appreciated. Don't forget, folks, as we had already mentioned earlier, Pip is live later on today. I was watching last night. I believe you are in Florida for the week, are you? Whoa. John Walton, I know how much you loved him. Thank you very much. Your own bing bong. And just because you never told us it was your birthday, you can have another one. Because I know they don't drive you mad whatsoever. Folks, thank you very much for your support of the channel. It does mean everything. Hopefully I'm doing something right, the fact that you're still here with me after all this time.
You're on a 6 down a 6, taxi after company to November 2, hold short on which way, right?
Very loud overhead, whatever it is. I can't see it though, too cloudy.
You're on a 91 extra Alpha, surface wind 270 degrees 1 7 knots, my 28 right here, take off flight. 28 right here, take off Ryanair 91 extra Alpha. Ryanair 6 from November 2 behind the party company, line up my 28 right behind the wing. So November 2 behind the party company, line up my 28 right away, Ryanair 6 right.
John's just here to annoy me. We forget, John, who has the bing bongs on tap. Could go horribly wrong. Poor Pip was suffering yesterday evening in 90-degree heat, having to cover his camera with a t-shirt just to stop it overheating. Michael, congratulations. 12 months. Now have the 747 beside your name. Declan, we're still on 1.5. It's the original platform with a bit of wood on top of it for stability. To be fair, Declan, we actually haven't used it that much. With the weather, rain and winds, it's not really the preferred choice. So a lot of the time we've been either at the mound or on the pillars. One in, one out, down at the prop nest. I I think SDTV have one now as well, as do Ted Coningsby. All rocking van platforms. Do you know who I'm not seeing now? I know we can't see them all. I'm not seeing Apollo. I'm a tad worried. What have you done, Adrian? Aegean pushed back by the looks of it.
So, rescue 26, now vacation 28 right, runway clear and remain right. Rescue 26, hold short now, runway 28 right, contact ground on.
Yeah, Scary, we're using the better camera. I didn't really want to because of the breeze, but when the breeze was that bad when I got up here, I knew I wouldn't be using the bigger microphone, so I said might as well go with the smaller microphone on the good camera, at least have one of them right. It's a mix and match. If we want good picture, it's this camera with the small mics, and if we want good sound, it's the old camera with the big mic. The big microphone seems to overwhelm the sound setup of this camera. Yeah, Declan. There's talk of massive expansion for Weston. Obviously, the new SAR base there is almost up and running. It's a game of cat and mouse here. Watch. Where is he? He was flying in front of him. Bird banger. He was flying in front of the bird banger. Is cow tipping something done in Ireland? Yeah, maybe when we were like 10 or something, yeah. No, I've never done it. I've heard of it, but I've never done it. When I grew up, I was on the outskirts of Dublin at the time. It was the suburb. Huntstown, Mulhuddard was a suburb of Dublin, and it was literally the border between Dublin and Meath, rural countryside. And I remember my dad waking me up one night, having gone to bed. He woke me up about 1 o'clock in the morning. We'd a herd of cows running down the road where we lived, damaging all the cars and everything. It was class. But yeah, there was big farms out to our left, which would have been into Meath and that, and cornfields and stuff like that, which is all gone. It's just nothing but houses as far as the eye can see now. But then again, I am old, so. Graham, much appreciated. It did put me in a mood. Yeah. For those that weren't here at the start of the stream, there was what's described as a heavy bird strike yesterday for FR24 heading to Beauvais. They had to return back to the airport here, and the runway was closed for about 20-30 minutes while clean-up got underway. The DAA wetback must have been out. Yeah, Jason, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, I grew up literally at a place called Huntstown Wood, And when you got to the field at the end of my road, you looked out, and the next thing you saw, if you were lucky, on a clear day, was Dunboyne. Now there's just nothing in between them but houses. I only know of it, Graham, because Sean's Aviation posted it on his Twitter account. Look at the bird banger trying to sneak up on him. Still dodging him. He landed in there though, look. Why, hello, Emirates. I didn't get in too much trouble. We had quite the business skills when we were little, so obviously I was telling you there was nothing but farm fields beside us, so obviously at this time of year, or just previous, there'd be hay bales done and the crops would be in, and we negotiated with the farmer that we wouldn't ransack the hay bales in his field if he gave us one. So every year the farmer dropped off one into this big ditch for us that we used to jump off a tree and land in the hay bales. Yeah. Quite ingenious, obviously. But that didn't stop people. Like, it was constantly people lighting fires in those fields every summer. So we've an ATR gonna sneak out ahead of the Emirates 777.
Emirates 1 X-ray, when the ATR in front of you, traffic is clear, continue straight ahead, November 1, line up from 28 right and wait, stand by for release. Okay, behind that ATR then, clear to November 1, line up and wait, runway 28 right, Emirates 1 X-ray, and we are ready. Thank you, Emirates 1 X-ray.
Very Irish sounding pilot.
Countdown 24 Charlie Echo, surface wind is 270 degrees 1 2 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Clear takeoff to your right, yes, 24 Charlie Echo.
Stand by for a bus. Almost doesn't look fast enough to go anywhere, does it? So Emirates and Aegean. EK 162 off to Dubai. Emirates into Dublin twice a day and back out again. Yes, Tom, very much a stretch. So 777, 300 ER. Get a free traffic light in the middle. I was looking last night, Ruby. The business class seats return on last night's Emirates business class return. Dublin to Dubai, Dubai to Dublin. €4,700 on last night's EK 164, the red eye flight.
Agent 6161 behind the parking, heavy traffic line up to right behind the wing. Thank you, Fraction 357 Echo. Continue November 2, hold short of runway 28 right, traffic to the path ahead. Hold short, November 0,
Don't get me wrong, yeah, I'd love to fly on one, but am I going to pay nearly $5,000 for a seat? No. Then again, the people that are paying that, it's not a drop in the ocean for them, I suppose, is it really? Oh, I wasn't looking for me, I just had cause to see how much it was. Ain't no way I'm getting on an Emirates. I reckon their security would stop me anyway. Yeah, alright. Be afraid I'd be trying to rob something on them.
Fraction 357 Echo from November 2, line up from the 285. Hello, line up 28 right by November 2, fraction.
Very early rotate for Aegean.
Ryder 2, Papa, when able, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Excellent, November 2, hold short 28 right. Enable November 2, also 2 right here, 19
This bizjet off to Farnborough.
25-7 Echo, first wind at 280, 19 and up, 28 right, clear takeoff, right. Ryder 2, Whiskey Papa, behind the departing traffic, line up from 28 right behind and wait.
Departing traffic, flying of November 2, line up 28 right. Ryder 2, Whiskey Papa.
Shamrock liner, 8 liner, when able, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right.
Enable taxi November 2 and hold short of 28 right, channel 989, good afternoon.
That's you.
Sorry about that. Lost that one as it was overhead. Two Ryanairs, first one to Edinburgh, then Malaga, followed by Aer Lingus A330 to Minneapolis.
Wind 290 degrees 19 and up, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, right.
Let's take off 28 right, Ryder 2, traffic right.
Ryder 1 liner,
Well, Emirates security obviously didn't confiscate his bag of cans because he shone his torch at the ground when he was taking off that time, didn't he? The one vegetable you struggle with is parsnip. No. Brussels sprouts. Like little devil's testicles.
Tango November, first wind 290 degrees 19 and up, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, right. 28 right,
Ryanair to Malaga.
Stop right. Shamrock 989 behind the departing traffic, line up from 28 right behind and wait.
Line departing traffic, line up 28 right, west, wait. Shamrock, behind Shamrock 99.
Tom and Declan in their element here. Yes, for those that didn't see, Adrian tried cola bottle flavoured Jaffa cakes at the weekend. Now I'm a fan of cola bottles, but I don't know whether I'll be a fan of cola bottle Jaffa cakes. The only way to cook sprouts right is in butter with bacon. That's about the only way I'll tolerate them. EI89 off to Minneapolis and A330. Yeah, fried Brussels sprouts in butter with bacon cubes. Yeah, I'll allow that, alright. But other than that, no way. When Eric and Will were younger, they used to call them Santa cabbage. Nice of the breeze to actually let me get that one.
November 2, line up to it, right, just on 9-2, but...
Dave's stealing Santa cabbage. Yeah, all yours, off you go. Brian, thank you for being here. We'll chat to you later on. Much appreciated as always.
9-2 Bravo, surface range is 280 degrees 16, run for me 280 right, clear takeoff flight. Get takeoff and then 285.
Al in New Jersey, welcome along. Al, he's actually at home sick today. He seems to have a bit of a throat infection.
Number 448.
We'll play the star with temperature, but we're happy to with November 1.
Number 448.
I was sending him into school today, but his mum gave him the day off. So he's currently at home sick, quarantined to his room so he doesn't make his brother sick. Joanne in Florida, welcome along. Good to have you.
Okay, right now, 33 Dubjet, are you ready for departure? Thank you, Erling. Traffic cleared left to right from the traffic is clear. Taxi November 2, line up from 28 right. Roundabout with row is 28 right, right now, 3 minutes, go through. Points ahead. Just bind it up for walking out,
to his room or the attic now. We've rolled back on the attic a little bit. We started running out of fiberglass up there. He was eating too much of it. So the Aer Lingus you're looking at there is off to Heraklion. Yep, for those that weren't here, we've already mentioned Pip Hastings will be live from Florida later on today. I don't know what time that is our time, Tom. I know Drones and Planes will be on at 5:30 p.m. our time. What about Pip?
Ryanair 33,
so looks like Ryanair are going to intersect. Ryanair off to Kerry. To be fair, John, he didn't rub it off a stick. I was like that when I was his age. I always ended up with any dose that was going, I ended up with it. So Pip is 4:30 our time. So there you go. Pip Hastings, Aviation or Drones and Planes, 4:30 and 5:30 respectively. Kieran, welcome along. Yeah, Rob, this time of year, Will is usually the plague bringer, alright. Although I can say nothing, because both times COVID came into the house, it was me that ended up with it first. But I know Anne S that was being chat, she was off last week. She was back to school as well. I think she's a teacher and she picked up COVID as well, so it was always going to happen, wasn't it? Our only saving grace is it was, what, it's less than 3 months ago, thereabouts. since it whipped through our house, so hopefully we've a little bit of immunity built up this time. Tom, let's not blame people here. It's either Will's fault or Dean's fault, one or the other. OMG, welcome along. SE Aviation, afternoon to you. So considering can't believe it's not better. So the wind wasn't forecast to get bad until about 4 o'clock, and we've seen 23 knots in the last 2 hours already. So just keep in mind, folks, that if things start getting a bit too much in the next hour or two, I will be pulling the plug. David's blaming me for having COVID. No, it was Dean's fault. Dean sent it through YouTube last week. Al Gonzalez, do kids still get taught Irish in schools like in your day? Absolutely. I sent both my boys to all Irish primary schools, so Irish in secondary school wouldn't be an issue for them, and it never has been. No matter what they've gone through, they've always done quite well in Irish because they had a good foundation in it from the Gael school in primary. It's still a junior cert and leaving cert subject as well. State examinations. Stand by 1 second, folks.
Stomach 168 Echo, hello, ready for departure? I'm up 168 at the line.
Yeah, no, I had turned it off. I had to answer my phone there.
Turn 168 Echo, wind 290 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 23 knots.
Tractor watch is going well.
Right, camera 168
Well,
Echo.
no chance of missing any waves today looking at tractors, so we're okay.
Operation 3, hello, via November 1, enter runway 28 right, listen out, before vacating at November 7. November 1,
We haven't had any heli tractors today yet, no, unfortunately. Ruby, I was saying it looks like Apollo is missing. I know Adrian was up here last weekend, you know. Becky, welcome along. Those number one, focus. There we go.
Operation 3 on the wing.
Operation 3, thank you, and hold short runway 28 right now. Report back to ground 125.885. Bye-bye.
Hold short of 28 right and 125 Operation 3, thanks.
Dublin Airport, wind chill, 17, over wind chill. Present zone entry, atmosphere, body bottle.
departure from runway 28 right. Redirect now Malden and Ballybottle. Report short final for Ballybottle. 1 and 3 is approved. Out above 1000, H1014.
There's threats of violence coming from Ruby again in the chat. Tom requested a bing bong. You got a bing bong for the moo cows. Is that a speed limit sign for people walking in here?
Uniform via November 2, line up runway 28 right.
Via November 2, line up runway 28 right, Denver on 8 for you.
United 316. Hello, behind the AQR, taxi November 2, hold short, runway 28 right behind.
November 2, short of 316.
And Jensen 8 for uniform mass departure, can you maintain the frequency report passing 2000 feet, please? Jensen 8 for uniform and 280 degrees 15 knots, 0 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
So ATR off to Bristol.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28 right, Jensen 8 for you.
Sandra, my son calls that breakfast pizza, when you have pizza left over and you eat it the next day.
Delta India Sierra Delta Kilo, service with a Dublin 280 degrees 14 knots, distance 20, minimum 9 knots.
Copy with thanks, number 29, show them around for
Is that a helitractor coming in here or landing somewhere else?
Number 316, line up on 128 right.
Line up on 128 right.
So UA 316. (757) off to EWR. We can all debate which airport that actually is. AW 279 heading Dublin direction. Everyone says Newark.
Short runway 28 right.
So, New Jersey.
Agreed with Sierra Delta Kilo, thanks for flight plan closed, minute 14.
Tower Gemstone 84, uniform passenger 2,000 feet.
Gemstone 84, uniform passenger, contact area 120.755, goodbye.
Contact 120.755, Gemstone 84, uniform, thank you.
United 216, 15 knots,
Ash.
correction. Wind check 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, goodbye.
Welcome along, Ash.
United 316, good day.
Seabird 925, line up runway 28 right and wait till that's 2 minutes behind the 75.
ATR Emerald operating for British Airways off to Gatwick.
degrees, 18 knots, right, take off the base. Turn up 76 kilo, hello, via November 2, line up runway 28 right.
Turn up 76 kilo, required full length today.
Turn up 76 kilo, November 2, taxi. Taxi via November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait.
November 1, and the aircraft line up runway to the right and wait, 76 kilo.
Falling 5 Mr. Bravo, taxi November 2, hold short, runway 28 right.
November 2, hold short 28 right, running 5 Mr. Bravo.
Banner 41 Hotel, Zulu behind the Welling on your left, taxi November 2, hold short, runway 28 right behind.
And the Welling on our left, reception on 2, hold short 28 right behind, and then 41 over Zulu.
Denson 169, taxi 2, hold short, runway 28 right.
Graham, that route is predominantly Neos, alright, but there is the occasional 320 on it as well, or even the 321. So, given your track history, you'll probably end up on the cowl thief again, Dell. Beach Life, welcome. And I was telling Declan, Beach Life, that you were asking for him. George, no, I didn't see it because I was live here. So, Aer Lingus off to Tenerife.
Welling 5 Mr. Bravo, line up runway 28 right.
Runway 28 right, line up and wait, warning 5 Mr. Bravo.
They really did need full length, didn't they? ATC offered that 320 November 2 and they requested full length. You can see why now. One of the longer rotations we've seen today, from one of the longer takeoff runs, should I say, and later rotations we've seen today from November 1.
Rolling 5, Mr. Bravo, wind 60 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 23 knots, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff today.
Welling off to Paris Orly, gusting 23 knots.
Runner 41, hotel, zero left, 28 right.
I didn't see the beluga, I was too busy having a whale of a time here. Whoa.
Papa Victor, hello, behind you, if you're on your Papa Golf, taxi number 2, hold short, runway 28 right behind us.
Thought we were going to see it, but no.
Hotel, Zulu, wind 17 degrees, 12 knots, 23 knots, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff today. 716, line up on there.
Heading to Birmingham next. That's right, Al. Yesterday there was a bit of a crossover in the weather from 09 operations, from easterly to westerly basically, and during that little transition period there was a lot of go-arounds apparently. So, as you can probably hear, the wind is most definitely picking up here. We'll see how we go. If it starts staying over 25 knots or thereabouts, that'll be my cue to get down off the roof. Graham, chat to you Wednesday. Enjoy dinner. I need to get myself one of them little Ryanair off to Bristol next. Ellie, probably around the same time as today, maybe 9:30, 10ish. I'll see when the peak winds are forecast. I think it's mostly an afternoon event. It's not going to be anything crazy. It's just slightly windier than normal. So we'll see what happens. But Adrian, this Ryanair is taking off. I can't look over there. Challenger, welcome along. Oh no, I can't see you. Lamppost going to get in the way.
Lima wind 280 degrees 19 knots, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff for bike. Jumps on 74 Golf, runway 28 right.
Aer Lingus off to Gran Canaria. No bother, Pip. Have a good stream. And don't forget, folks, Pip will be live in the next hour or so. And it's 5. EIFAV is this ATR off to Birmingham. At Beach Life, I think he said he's actually going to stream from the hotel room today.
Above the stage, wind at 280 degrees 19 knots, runway 1014. Report to rolling with your runway 28 right.
With that traffic rolling, we are clear to lift cross 28 right. Irish Coast Guard 1 minute.
Irish Coast Guard 1 minute. Just remain above the base, so get your crossing sorted.
Helitractor about to lift.
Left cross 28 right, and Irish Coast Guard 1 minute.
And 1976, taxi number 2 line. Short runway 28 right. 600 to the bay, not above 1,000, reported not a high.
Standard route to the bay, not above 1,000 feet, quite a mile high, Irish Coast Guard moment.
Liner 176, liner from me to right.
Right, liner 197.
Yeah, Dave, I agree with you. I was only saying it the last day. It's going to be a shame. Obviously, as well, the fact that they won't be using Sikorskis anymore. They'll be using the Augustas.
Liner 176, 27 degrees, 23 knots, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff, goodbye.
Runway 28 right, here for takeoff, Ryanair 1976.
Ryanair heading to Riga.
Rescue 14, via November 1, line up runway, or enter runway 28 right, listen out, report vacated.
Rescue 14 was told to line up.
Echo Golf Delta Juliet, hello, zone entry through the stairs, not above 1,1014. Approach area railway route, report the post in broad minutes, please.
Dave, as well as that, CHC fought that quite hard as well, because they went to the High Court twice trying to stop it as well, because they believed that the Bristow contract was given to Bristow as a punishment for the Rescue 116 accident, and they cited political interference, that there was members of the Oireachtas that had openly spoke that they didn't want CHC to get the new contract, but in the end it was dismissed.
Hello, taxi November 1, line up runway 28 right.
November 1, line up runway 28 right, channel 1, entry.
Channel 1 directly, just be advised, there is a runway inspection progress vehicle on the runway.
That's copy.
So EILRD next, off to Windsor Locks. We got birdies over the runway. There he is. They're right in front of me. Down there. It's a standoff. He's having to drive at them. And then there's one that just won't move.
short runway 3 right. Report back to ground runway 5.885 right.
That's red right, 15885.
Bruce, welcome along. Adrian, you are correct. The local, there's a couple of the local community and the stud farm have said that 24-hour flight operations from Weston will affect their animals. But at this stage, I think it's a done deal. Sean in Vietnam, welcome along. Yeah, Dean, there was a bird strike here yesterday on the runway. Ended up having to divert back to Dublin, F424. This time of year now, the bird bangers will have their hands full. If I remember correctly, Sean's Aviation said August, September and October are kind of like peak bird strike times of year for Dublin Airport. Ellie, we'll chat to you on Wednesday. Thank you for being here.
Wind 270 degrees 18 knots, go 325, and wind straight right, clear for takeoff to right.
James, no, it was a Ryanair 737. It was yesterday's F424 to Beauvais. So 321 Neo to Windsor Locks. I don't believe so, James, no.
Juliet, the route direct to Ballybottom and is 144 Windsor.
There you go. Declan says there's a markedly higher bird strike risk during bird migrationism. Or migration season, spring, March and April, and autumn, September and October. We have 3:30 on taxi.
Runway 148, found via November 2, line up runway 28 right, thanks. Johnson 26 Papa Kilo, taxi November 2, hold short, runway 28 right.
Declan's only back and he's calling me dense already.
Osprey 62, Dublin Tower, hello, report your intention. Osprey 622, just can you repeat your requested operating altitude, please?
I will be operating 500 feet and below.
Osprey 62, zone entry is approved and not above 500 feet. QNH 1014, report operation complete, please. Or report turning north, please, from Dunshaughlin.
Senator approved, not above 1,500 feet on 1014 with the full.
Runway 1 Papa Charlie, wind 30, 0 degrees 18 knots, runway 28 right, please, to take off, bye-bye.
Right, to the right, keep it up on air 1, Papa Charlie, back.
Downtown 26 Papa Kilo, line up runway 28 right and wait. Shamrock liner 53, 19 November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait to our number 2 stage 4 on the left.
Sorry, November 1, line up with 2 is
Ryanair to Palma de Mallorca. Declan, if I could migrate to warmer climates, I would.
Echo India Golf Delta Juliet, report on the ground at Ballybox.
just approaching Ballybox now, requesting 1 touch go and then a full stop.
Echo India Golf Delta Juliet, that is true, and unfortunately you are turning final for your time. Golf Delta Juliet, circle to the Dublin. Sea line engine rate 18 knots, gusting 3, minimum 14.
Copy, thank you.
Surprised it's not more than that, Declan. 1 hair strike a year. Qatar Dreamliner has pushed back. Nice.
Delta 26 Papa Kilo, after departure, maintain the frequency, report passing 2000.
I have to do a temporary migration over to Tom's neck of the woods, apparently.
Delta 26 Papa Kilo, apologies. Can you just repeat that? After departure, maintain the frequency, report passing 2000. Delta 26 Papa Kilo, thank you. Wind 290 degrees 15 knots, 3, minimum 10, runway straight right, clear for takeoff.
Al, the 330 that you see there is off to Seattle. Me and Will were talking about it, Tom. He wants to go storm chasing with me, so you can be our guide.
Dublin Tower. Delta Juliet, previous clearance limit remains the same, not over south, QNH 1014.
Ollie, welcome along. So, the rescue helitractor is on its way back. Ollie, we're on North Runway today. Departures on the roof of the van.
Tower, Jetstone 26 Papa Kilo,
Jetstone 26 Papa Kilo, many thanks. Contact area nav 132.580. Bye-bye.
2580, Jetstone 26 Papa Kilo, bye.
Yeah.
John says, I'm a sandwich short of a picnic. I just think I'm amazed that nature can create things like that. That's more so what it is. It's just unreal. I know it's obviously not nice for the people that have to live there and go through it. But, yeah.
Summit 953, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, 3, minimum 9 knots. Wait, right. Take off the line.
So EI53 and A330 300 off to Seattle.
Echo Delta Juliet, 20 finals, body block alarm, Columbia on the ground.
Echo India Golf Delta Juliet 20, surface wind at Dublin 7, 17 knots, 3, minimum 9.
Operation 2, that's us turning.
Operation 2 and
Breeze.
continue the northern track and let's see the
Turn on open track.
track 6 up, echo number 1, line up on the straight right.
Number 1, and up to the right, camera, cycle.
I wouldn't be driving into it. I just want to see one from a distance. No. I'm not going to be one of these people that, oh yeah, let's drive into it. So folks, what we might do is we might end on the Qatar Dreamliner and we'll get the rescue helicopter coming back in.
Minute 55.
I like watching it on the TV to see if the chasers get sucked into a tornado. Well, Reed Timmer last season, I don't think it was this season, last season in his armoured vehicle he drove into the middle of one. Dave's strong winds already detrimental to your hairline. Join the club, bud. Join the club. Oh, I imagine when it came to it, will it be togging himself just as much as I would be.
Sharma 6, Papa Echo, wind 280 degrees, 20 knots. Gusting 26, minimum 9 knots.
Reed Timmer is a lunatic. That is also true.
Liner 14, Tango Papa, hello, taxi November 1. Line up runway 285 and wait till 2 minutes behind heavy traffic.
EI69, another A330 off to LAX.
And wait 2 minutes right now, 14 Tango Papa.
Dave, chat to you later on.
Aviation Qatar 6 to Foxtrot.
Qatar 6 Foxtrot, hello, taxi November 1. Full short, runway 285.
Taxi November 1, full short runway 285.
Andrew, welcome along. Len is just in from school. Bus.
Papa wind 72 degrees, 20 knots, gusting 26, minimum 9er, runway 28 right.
So now, gusting 26 knots, reaching my, has exceeded my happy place of 25.
Runway 28 right.
Ryanair to Alicante. Al, you're asking the wrong person there. Unfortunately, I don't really drink that much. I'm sure the more learned among us will be able to tell you, but I can imagine they'll tell you stay away from the city centre. Pay more and not be as good. Tends to be the way that works. No bother, John. Thank you for being here, as always. And I will jump on the computer when I get home and check your message out. Right, so we're going to end on the Qatar Dreamliner off to Doha. Thank you to everyone who has been here today, much appreciated. Mods, as always, giving up your time to be here.
Minimum 13 runway 28 right here.
And those who gifted our super, it is much appreciated.
And then on it, top of the right away, so 2 minutes behind heavy traffic.
Oh, what's that?
Line up and wait, 28 right there, November 1, 994.
Keep an eye on the schedule for Wednesday. Will be the next stream. We'll aim for arrivals and we'll see what the weather conditions are meant to be like. It could downgrade in the meantime, you wouldn't know. Like I said, it's not going to be anything crazy. It's just going to be windier than it was today. Sorry, I know that's jumping, but I'm doing my best against the breeze. Oh, the breeze just stopped. Parting cow shot. Ruby knows me all too well. Where are they hiding? Oh, they're in there. Not getting much of a shot. Right, folks, again, thank you to everyone, especially mods, much appreciated. And yeah, so Pip is going to be on at 4:30, Pip Hastings Aviation. He's in Florida. And you have Drones and Planes. John will be in Manchester at 5:30. So we have our evening's viewing sorted, and no doubt I'll be chatting to you on those streams. And like I said, Wednesday will be arrivals, just because it'll be too windy to be up here, and we'll chat to you then. Thank you very much, everyone, as always. Oh, Pip is live now. Farting cow shot. So, there you go, folks. Jump over to Pip's channel. Say hello from the Dublin crew. And we'll chat to you later. Thank you.